Hello, hello. Welcome to the museum. Today we're working on prototypes for our Red Hot Gala auction, which happens in October, or is it November? I think it's November. You can see some of the goblets over yonder. Those were made a couple of days ago. We're still prototyping more goblets. The theme is going to revolve around iridescence. So we're thinking glitter, glamour. So right now we're working on the cup portion of the goblet. So right now, Ben is using what's known as the jacks in order to put a jack line, because within the next, I'd say 5 minutes, we'll be transferring the cup onto what's known as a punty so that we can open up that cup. Goblet making happens rather rapidly, but it takes a lot of skill to work the glass that thin. So what was happening there was he was chilling the glass on the end that's attached to the pipe so that it didn't expand at the same rate that the bottom did when she was blowing and putting pressure on that glass. That's correct, especially with glass that's blown this thin. The thinner the glass, the less resistance, and the faster it heats up. It's also the faster it cools down, so they're having to go in and out of our reheating furnace quite rapidly as well. Everything happens very succinctly and in rapid succession. You can see that now he's putting a bottom on the cup. We use the paddle in order to make a nice rigid bottom line. Helps it to be flat as well. So once Ben is satisfied with the shape of the bottom of the cup, we'll go ahead and put what's known as the avolio. It's kind of like hot glue and glass. It's a piece of clear glass that we use to attach the stem of the goblet to the cup of the goblet. The question is, if somebody wanted a set of, let's say, 6, they would be very different. If you're talking to a novice goblet maker, they would be very different. But if you're talking to these glass makers, they would be identical. So now Sarah brought over the punty. So we're gonna punny up that cup and we're gonna begin to open it up. So the part that you'll put your mouth on is currently attached to the pipe side. So now the name of the game is to keep that backside that's attached to that punty nice and flat, so we're not gonna get that too hot, but we're gonna focus on heating up the lip, so that the part that's farthest out, so that we can open that up. What Ben did right there was he made sure that his Avolio was on center. Some chips landed inside, and so he's knocking the chips out. We want to knock the chips out before they fuse on the inside of the cup, so it's pretty important to do that quickly after it's broken off. The question is, are all of the reheating furnaces on? Typically, yes, but for goblet making, it's just one. But when we have visiting artists, we'll more than likely have all 3 of our reheating furnaces on. But for now, we have 2 furnaces that are on and 1 glory hole. The furnaces run 24/7. Yes, the furnace is correct. So right now you can see this furnace has a sign on it that says do not open. That's because we have batch glass that's refining out. That's a several-day process to make sure that we have the clearest glass possible. So we melt it out, make sure it's nice and sustained, ooey gooey. It stays in the furnace 24 hours a day, 365, that furnace is on. So now Ben is using what's known as a soffietta in order to begin the blowing up process of that cup. A lot of the terminology that we use here in the hot shop is Italian deriven because a lot of the processes were developed in Murano, Italy. So we've got soffietta, taglio, pipe, punty. And now he's opening up that lip. You can see that Sarah's got a paddle, and her job right now is to put a slight pressure so that the cup opens up evenly around the full diameter. Meanwhile, he's putting pressure on the inside to open it up. The question is, do they have a lot of experience working together? Yes, in short answer, yes. Ben has been here from the beginning, so going on 21 years. Gabe has been here for 19, and Sarah has been here for 11. So combined, they have quite a bit of experience. It's wrong, she's been here 16. I've only been here since September, so my facts are a little funny. I'm the newbie. I do this not as frequently as them, but I am a glass and metal artist. The question is, what's on fire? That's beeswax. We use beeswax as a lubricant in between the steel tools and the hot glass. So it's burning off, catching fire and burning off We need that so that our steel tools don't get too hot and our glass doesn't get too cold. When we're working this thin, it's really important to have that beeswax on there so that it glides across the glass when we're opening it up. Now Sarah's got what's known as a paddle. We'll break this cup off and then begin working on the other components, the stem, and whatever fanciful they're gonna add. I'm not sure, we're still prototyping. So we'll go ahead and we'll press pause on our cup and we'll park it in our garage until we're ready to pick it back up. For those of you just arriving, we are working as a team to create goblets for our Red Hot Auction Gala that will take place September 30th. It's how we raise a substantial amount of our funding for our museum operations. Can we go ahead and play the furnace slide? So this is what our furnace looks like. We have two 1,000-pound furnaces on the floor. You can see that there's a ceramic pot in there that holds the glass. It's powered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, natural gas and forced air, and it holds 1,000 pounds, so we've got 2,000 at our disposal. It runs at 2,100 degrees, and the reason why we run it 24 hours a day is because it takes about 5 to 6 days to cool down. We blow glass Wednesday through Sunday, so it doesn't make sense. We want to make sure that that glass has plenty of time to fine out, which is the process of being refined from its materials, chemical compounds. So what I just gathered from what Ben said, we're going to be making a ball. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see it's got these nice ridges on it, creating that optical sensation. Best way to answer this, I think, is they're gathering the glass on that pipe. So when they're gathering it on the pipe, so when they are ready to take a new gather or get more glass, the glass is molten, it's viscous. It's the closest it'll ever be to liquid when it's in that furnace. So they take the pipe, roll it in there, and it's kind of like a honey. It's similar to the act of gathering honey. So you can imagine that that stick is a honeycomb, and they're gathering it up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, it's as close to liquid as possible. And even before that, it's actually a solid. It comes to the museum in the form of batch, which is manufactured in Spruce Pine, North Carolina. It's known for its optical qualities, and it's just very lovely to work with because it's one of the softer glasses. We have other manufacturers that make more stiff glasses, but Spruce Pine is quite nice. No, when we get it, it's sand and some other stuff. So it's particulate, which is why it takes that time to fine out in our furnace. So now Gabe just took a gather. You can see that's what it comes out like. Although it looks yellow or orange, as it is exposed to the air in the room, it'll come closer to its final color, which is clear. We only melt clear glass. He just dipped his honeycomb in that pot of boiling honey and scooped it right on up. Yep. So this will eventually be the stem of the goblet. You can see that Ben is keeping that ball nice and warm. And now he's prepped in order to take the glass from Ben. So this is a blown stem. He's blowing while simultaneously dripping it onto that Avolio. Those are diamond shears. So those diamond shears just cinched and cut at the same time. They're called diamond shears because of the diamond shape in the center of the shears. So now we've got the cup in our garage. We've got the stem that needs a little bit more finessing. And then we'll be moving on to our foot. So what he did there was he cleaned up that glass. Gabe brought him a larger piece than he needed, so he simultaneously stretched it and trimmed the excess. Hello, feel free to come in and have a seat if you'd like. For those of you who have never been to the museum before, you can also walk 360, check out the blueprints from our lovely cone here, and then get another perspective of the shop. The question is, can we recycle the glass? If it's clear, yes, we do. Once it's been melted, it is no longer the refined materials. It's now known as cullet. So if it's clear, we're able to throw the cullet back in that furnace and remelt it and use it again. As soon as there's color in it, can't reuse it because it can contaminate the rest of the clear glass. So you see, Gabe is now using what's known as a marver in order to simultaneously clear and shape that molten glass. Remember, it's the hottest it'll be when it comes out of that furnace. So he's chilling from that furnace heat. Now he's popping the bubble. What that is he put a puff of air inside that pipe. And as that air is exposed to that molten glass, it begins to expand. And that's what creates the bubble on the inside of that chunk. He's putting in the jack line, so that is where it will eventually be breaking off our foot. Once again, Ben has aligned himself in order to get that foot on there. This is known as a blown foot, named as such because Gabe is simultaneously blowing while we're putting it on that stem. So just like we did with that stem, he's cutting off any excess that he doesn't want. The glass chills when it's touched by those diamond shears, and Sarah's able to bonk it off. Yeah, goblets are fancy. This is fancy glass. Correct, and there are some examples of color being added over there on the table here, we do have some color samples. So once we feel confident working in clear, we will move on to using color. And the theme of this year's auction is iridescence. So it's super glittery, pretty, beautiful glass. I'm very excited to see what it looks like in a goblet. So Ben spun open that foot, and it was blown. And basically, he made a small plate to put on the bottom of there. And you'll see here, he'll get it to its final shape within the next couple of heats. See how he's using those jacks? Force it up. Sarah's reinforcing it, making the edges nice and crispy by having the jacks and the paddle on there simultaneously. Now what Gabe is doing is he's getting that cup ready to come back out onto the floor. We press pause, we put it in that garage, and now if we were to rush things and just pull it right out of that garage, it would shatter. So he's got to preheat it, get it nice and toasty, so that we can bring it back out into that reheating furnace and get ready to assemble our goblet. Meanwhile, Sarah's working on the punty, because right now where the cup is going to go is attached to the pipe that is in Ben's hand. So now we have to transfer it yet again onto the punty so that we can assemble that cup. Hello and welcome to the museum. So this swinging does actually have a function. We're using gravity and centrifugal force in order to make sure that the glass stays on center. As far as being injured by the glass falling off or something like that, in the beginning, maybe. But again, they've been working together for quite a long time, so got it all succinct. And remember, goblet making is fancy, so there's a lot of fancy footwork, a lot of fancy moves going on. All right, here we're attaching the quote-unquote hot glue, the little bit of glass that will help our cup be mounted onto our stem. Stem immediately gets put on. And right, so that punty was able to chill out enough that when some vibration was added onto that punty, it broke off. And that's pretty much it. It's quick, it's fancy. Don't we all? All right, so you see Gabe's got this pitchfork-looking evil guy. That's what we'll be using to load that goblet into our annealer. So he preheated it so that when the steel touches the goblet, it doesn't cause it to break. Drops of water are added to the punty of that goblet to make sure it breaks off succinctly. Can we give them a round of applause, please? And that was our first goblet of the day. For those of you who didn't hear, this is what we're making today. We're making prototypes for our Museum of Glass auction, the Red Hot Gala, which will happen September 30th. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the museum. We'll be here all day. We are going to get ready to do that whole thing yet again. So for those of you who missed the beginning or something like that, there's more to see. Otherwise, enjoy the exhibits.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely, enjoy. I'm going to take a quick intermission to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hello, hello, and those of you just coming into the Hot Shop, today the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team are making prototypes for our Red Hot Gala, which will happen September 30th. Here are some examples of the goblets. We just gathered the first color that we've used all day. It's some fancy. The theme of the gala is going to be iridescence, so we're using something called sunlit cactus, which is kind of a glittery glass. Right now, what Ben is sculpting is the stem of the goblet. Right here is an example. We're going to make the cup, the avolio, the stem, and the foot. Right now, Ben has clear glass on his pipe, and he'll be bringing over a clear stem to Ben in a blown fashion, right? So Gabe is blowing into that pipe while it's dripping onto that stem component. And now Ben is using his diamond shears in order to cut that, and then he'll work and remove any excess glass using his jacks. For those of you who have never been to the museum, we do welcome you to walk 360 around, and up there on the other side there are blueprints of our famous cone. It also gives you another perspective of the glass making process. So now Ben is using his jacks in order to isolate the masses of glass, the glass he wants to keep and the glass that he wants to remove. When he puts his jacks on the glass, for those of you interested in heat transfer, he's cooling the glass so that he's able to break it off. Please let me know if you have any questions at all. I am here as your guide.
I wanted to ask if there comes a point where the glass is unusable, or is it just infinitely reusable?
The question is, when is cullet no longer usable? It's known as cullet when glass has been pre-melted. It becomes cullet. When color is added, we are unable to recycle it here at the museum. However, there are glass artists that focus on recycling glass. It does break down. There are things called fluxes inside the glass that burn off every time you reheat it. So to an extent, yes, it can become unusable. It also depends on the chemical compounds that make up that glass. We have several different species, if you will, of glass. So there's boropyrex, and even in, this is known as soft glass or furnace glass, there are several different manufacturers that make slightly different glass. So now we're making a nice crisp edge on that foot. I misspoke, we're still on the stem. So here's the anatomy of a goblet. We've got the cup, we've got an avolio, which is basically our hot glue to attach our cup to our stem. We need some meat because the cup is rather thin. And then from this ball on is our stem, and then this is our blown foot. So Gabe is working on the blown foot component that'll be added to the stem that Ben has at the center. Gabe just did what's known as popping the bubble. He put a puff of air inside that pipe, and as that air is exposed to the hot glass at the end, it begins to expand. Now, this process is called putting in a jack line. The jack line lets the glass know where we want it to break. So we want it to break off that pipe once we transfer it onto our stem, so that's how we put in a jack line. By Ben having his rod straight up, we are able to use gravity to drop that hot glass onto that stem, and that will eventually be our blown foot. We will make them until 5. I think they take 15 minutes, so we'll make quite a bit. 15 to 30, I lose track of time, really. With an hour for lunch. No, how many are we making? It is important to note that they are only able to make goblets in such rapid succession because of the facility here at the museum and because of the 30 years of skill that they've gathered throughout their glassblowing careers. And I should say 30 years each. So now what Ben is doing is he's getting that blown foot really nice and hot, so he's able to open it up. See how he's using his jacks and whipping that glass around, so it's a combination of centrifugal force as well as pressure from the jacks to really get that foot nice and open. Next, we'll be making sure that the foot is really nice and flat by using a paddle in combination with the jacks to create a nice crisp edge. Hello, welcome to the museum. Oh, you work here. Welcome. So this right here is known as the garage. It's where we go to press pause on the glass making process. It keeps the glass hot enough so that it won't shatter, but not so hot that it's moving, malleable. So Gabe is getting ready to pick up the cup that was already made, and then we'll be able to assemble our goblet. Sarah brought what's known as the punty. We need to punny up the very bottom of the goblet so that we can put the cup on the top. So right now, Ben is heating up the part where we're gonna stick our glass together and fully assemble this goblet. So for those of you interested in the heat transfer, we're preheating our glass to make sure it fuses together. Here at the museum, we have something called Field Trip Fridays. So if you hear me talking about heat transfer, it's an educational program with the Hilltop artists and other various schools around the Tacoma area. So now it takes everyone on the hot shop floor in order to make this happen. You've got Sarah bringing over a glob of glass in order to attach that cup. Gabe just preheated that cup so it wouldn't shatter when it's exposed to the cold air here in the museum. And now we're gonna put all three of these things together. Awesome. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause? Now this goblet is going to go inside that annealer, and slowly over time it will come to room temperature. So everything that we're making today, all of our prototypes, will go into that annealer, and over 8.5 hours it'll come from about 950 degrees down to room temperature, and we'll be able to touch it sometime tomorrow afternoon. The annealing process is really important for glass because glass is really temperamental and very brittle. As we all know, we've all probably broken glass at some point. So when thermal shock happens to the glass, that's when it shatters unexpectedly. So the annealing process allows the glass to slowly come down to room temperature to stop that thermal shock. Does anyone have any other questions at all? So our furnaces run at 2100 degrees. Can we go ahead and play the furnace slide for me? Thank you. So here's our furnace. We have two 1,000-pound furnaces on the floor. One is currently doing what's known as fining out of glass, taking our chemical components and melting them to make them crystal clear. It runs at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Our glory holes, or reheating furnaces, where we're putting the glass outside of the furnace, they run at about 2300 degrees. Thank you. They're all powered by natural gas and forced air. So all of the glass, when it's on the floor, you can notice that they're having to reheat it in rapid succession. That's because we're working the glass so thin, and when it's exposed to the cold air inside the shop, it's cooling down. We can't have that glass get below 1,000 degrees. It will shatter. So that's why we're constantly having to reheat it. So here at the museum, we have a couple of really awesome programs. One of those programs is called Kids Design Glass, where we invite kids under 12 years of age to design something that will then be picked from a group of people to have made in glass. So if we could go ahead and have the Kids Design Glass video.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win though.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
Bacon, baby.
Oh, I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
Cute, right? So now on the Hot Shop, oh, sorry. It's the Red Hot Gala. It's the way that the museum raises a substantial amount of their funding. So it's an auction. There's glass art that's auctioned off. It's a big event for us. It's our biggest event. It's fun. From my understanding, if you buy a goblet, there's something to do with beverages. So like you get unlimited beverages or something like that. Oh, cool. So you get.
Sold separately, 50, 250 a piece usually.
Mhm.
You can buy a decanter, and the decanter usually comes with a bottle of glass vodka.
Mhm. Mhm. Oh.
What?
The music. The question is, how long does it take to make a very big sculpture of glass? So although we are only making goblets today, we do have something called the Visiting Artist Residency Program here, and that really pushes the size and scale. If you want to use a lot of small components, it could take a long time, but here we're more fabrication, so we assemble everything within a day. And then it all gets annealed, and the annealing process is dependent upon how thick the glass is. So if you're making it solid, yes, it could take months, but typically it's just a day. Any other questions? So he made the cup and the evolio. Because remember, we need that meat so that we don't break our cup. So now that cup will go inside that garage, and after we make our stem, we'll attach that cup onto our stem and our foot. The garage has a cold side and it has a hot side. So our cold side is the square side, hot side is over here. Right here is our ribbon burner. So it is a tube with a bunch of holes, and we've got fluffy flames coming out. So cold side, 1,000 degrees. Hot side, 1,700. Yeah, so depending on how close it is to that, right. Remember, our glass can't get too far under 1,000 degrees, and it will shatter. Yes. In short, the question was, have we ever melted our shoes on the hot glass? And yes, when it does fall on the ground, you can step on it, but we try to keep it confined because it smells horrible. Burning rubber is not a great smell. Enjoy the rest of your time at the museum. So that hot bit that Gabe just brought over is the first part for our Evolio. And now Gabe will bring over another hot gatherer glass. Hi, and welcome to the Museum of Glass. Here at the museum, the Hot Shop team are prototyping goblets for their Red Hot Gala, which will happen September 30th. Over here you can see some examples from previous days. We're doing like color experimentation, design experimentation, really trying to dial down what kind of goblets we'll be offering this year. Right now, Ben has a cup for the next goblet. You can see he's opening up that lip. Please do let me know if you have any questions at all. I am here as your Hot Shop guide. And for those of you who have never been to the museum, you are able to walk around 360, see blueprints of our infamous cone, and get another perspective of the Hot Shop floor. So now Sarah's got a paddle. We'll be breaking off this cup and putting it in the garage. So it'll live inside that garage until we're able to use it again. So next thing is we've got to make the stem of the goblet. For those of you who may be unfamiliar, here's a goblet. Here's our anatomy. We've got the cup, the evolio, the stem, and the foot. So we make it in 3 components, the cup and the evolio, and then the stem, and then the foot. And it's all assembled hot, so no actual glue is used. Can we go ahead and play the furnace slide, please? So this is what our furnace looks like. This is where we gather our molten glass from. We have 2 1,000-pound furnaces on the floor. They both run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. And they hold about 1,000 pounds of glass. We also have reheating furnaces, if we can play that slide. Thank you. Also run with gas burners and air combination. And this is how we keep the glass up to temperature. The glass cannot get below about 1,000 degrees, otherwise it will shatter. There's something that happens when manufacturing glass called thermal shock. When the glass goes from too hot to too cold, that's when it shatters. So in order to evade that possibility, we're constantly reheating it inside our reheating furnace. Right now, they're looking for their next color component. Remember, we're prototyping. We haven't quite figured it all out yet. So I'll go ahead and talk about our Kids Design Glass program. So here at the museum, we invite kids that are under the age of 12 to design glass to be made here at the museum. If we can go ahead and play that movie, that'd be great.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
shows that there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. And so I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So again, we invite artists or anyone to design glass when you're under 12 years of age for a chance to have the museum team make your sculpture. We do make two. One has the potential for being part of our Kids Design Glass exhibition that travels worldwide, and then another one gets sent to the family that submitted the drawing. Along the hall, when you're going towards the restrooms, there are some Kids Design Glass projects on display. Here and now, what we've done is we've rolled in iridescent powder. The theme for our Red Hot Gala this year is iridescence, so we're working with a lot of pretty glittery glass. So Ben rolled his molten glass inside of these bowls. Inside that bowl is something called a powder. Can we play a powder slide? I don't know if we have that. Thank you. So here in this image, you can see different size of colored glass concentrate. Colored glass comes in three forms. It comes in color bar, which is literally a bar of color. It comes in frit, which is bar that has been broken down, and it comes in powder, which is frit that has been broken down. So depending on what your application is, we're able to have larger bits or smaller bits of color. Right now, we want it nice and succinct and pretty, so we're using powder. So the Hot Shop team, as I said, we are prototyping, so we're just testing the color. We're seeing how much it takes to create the effect that we want. And as more and more glass is gathered, it does something with the optics. So you can see that they're making several different sized balls to figure out what size do we need to get what we want. So for those of you familiar with the glass making process, typically when we make a glass object, it has to go through the annealing cycle so that it's not susceptible to the thermal shock that can happen when going from very hot to very cold. So that piece of glass that was just knocked off will cool rapidly and will not be safe to contribute or to distribute. But we really want to see what that color looks like because we've never used it before. So this is not for sale. It's not for anything other than what will the glass look like. So you can see Ben is rolling in another different color. The first color is Sunset Kiwi. This color is a pink that has bits of mica inside. Mica is a natural compound found typically near, I think it's a rock. But it has characteristics that allow it to be intertwined with glass. So there are certain materials that have the same COE or coefficient of expansion as glass. For those of you who have seen garden art that are on copper pipes, copper and glass have the same COE, so they can be friends. Other things like steel don't have the same COE, so we can't, let's say for instance, gather glass on steel and expect it to be happy. For those of you just coming into the museum, today the museum hot shop team are prototyping goblets for our Red Hot Gala that will happen September 30th of 2023. Right now we're working on the stem. Ben just went into what's known as an optic mold. Do we have an optic mold slide? Awesome. So that hot glass went inside this optic mold, and that's how we're able to achieve those ridges on our stem. So here is an example of one of the goblets. This is all clear, as you can tell, but we're playing with coloring this ball right here that was just inside that optic mold. So you can see he's isolating different masses to test out that color. We want to see what it's like when it's cold. So what we're troubleshooting is we're playing with whether we need to encase this color, this iridescent color, in more clear glass or not. When we encased it in more clear glass, the glitter wasn't as fantastical. But when it's on the surface of the glass, now we've got a glitter problem. I'm sure all of you have at one point played with glitter, and then next thing you know, it's all over the house. So we're trying to figure out a fine line between that. Hello, welcome to the museum. For those of you who wear makeup, it's an awful lot like eyeshadow. We're basically putting eyeshadow on the glass. So right now, Gabe is working on the blown foot. This part. Does anyone have any questions for me? The question is, why doesn't the glass pop when you're blowing it, like when you're blowing the bubble? And it's because they stop blowing when it gets thinner. So the glass doesn't explode when it's in the reheating furnace because they're not getting it that hot. It's all about heat control. So right now that stem is a certain temperature. Right now that foot is a certain temperature. We want that foot to move. We want to open up that foot, make it nice and flat. So we are making sure to heat that far more than our stem, because our stem gives us the rigidity to stay on that punty. Now we've let that foot cool, so Sarah's going to be able to bonk off the excess glass. That cold tool disturbs that glass, which causes it to break. Now at the end of that, we've just opened up a hole, and that hole is where we'll be going to open up the foot to a flat plate. So we've got to get that end bit far hotter than our stem, so you can see that he's holding the glass out to a certain extent. We're making sure that the foot portion is inside that reheating furnace while the stem is out. However, he's going back and forth with the whole mass to make sure that none of the glass goes below that 1,000 degrees, that shattering point. Now, when you're working with glass this thin, it does cool very rapidly, so we're going in and out of that reheating furnace in rapid succession. He's using his jacks to go inside that hole and flip that glass open. You see, we're using a combination of rapid centrifugal force, rapid rolling, and the jacks to open up that goblet stem, that goblet foot, before that glass reaches a temperature where it's no longer moving. So now we're crisping up that edge by using the paddle, making it nice and flat in combination with the jacks at a slight angle to make that nice tapered look. So now that we've finished our stem and our foot, our next task is to punty up that foot so that we're able to put the Evolio and the cup onto that same piece. So you can see Gabe is hanging out by that garage. He's bringing that cup back up to temperature so that when it's exposed to the air inside the hot shop, it doesn't instantly shatter. So he's kind of preheating it. Does anyone have any questions for me? So now Ben is putting heat. Those of you interested in heat transference, he's putting heat at the end of that to make sure that when we put the Avolio and the cup on there, that they fuse together as one. So for those of you who saw this initial, bye, have a great time, initial color test put on this Marver, it did shatter. So this has to happen in rapid succession because as the stem is exposed to the air, it's cooling down rapidly. So we need to put that Avolio, put that glob of glass, put that cup, and then get it back into that reheating furnace so that it stays nice and toasty. So what he's doing now is he's straightening that cup while there's still heat in there. Meanwhile, Gabe is preheating our fork. The fork is how we will be taking the cup, the goblet, from the pipe and putting it in the annealer. Remember, it is far too hot to touch with our hands, so we've got to use steel tools to do that. Thanks for stopping by. And here we're adding drops of water to create thermal shock on that punty. A little vibration is added, and then it breaks off. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. And that's a goblet. It's as easy as that. Can you believe it? So the question is about stained glass. Here at the museum, we do offer fusing classes, which is not the same. There is somebody up in Seattle in the Fremont area that does make sheet glass for stained glass products. I don't know that the museum here has any affiliation with stained glass. It's primarily a hot shop. That being said, we do have a visiting artist program where artists from whatever media are invited to come and hang out and make work. I'm sure somebody's used something for stained glass. I don't believe that to be the case. Have a good rest of your time. Thanks for stopping by. We will be here all day making goblets. It's Goblet Day here at the museum. Not Goblin Day. That's me on Monday. We're closed on Mondays. So right now we're still working on color samples. So this is a blue glitter. He's working on, I think, another type of stem. See how we like it? The theme of this year's auction is iridescence. So we've got a lot of glitter in the works. And glitter doesn't always like to be our friend. So working on that. The problem is it gets everywhere. So today we're doing goblets with glitter. Tomorrow we might be making something clear. Where's that glitter gonna go? Into the clear thing that's not supposed to have glitter in it. So it's a, you know, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna negate that? For those of you just coming in, today we are making goblets. We're prototyping for our Red Hot Gala, which will happen September 30th of this year. The Red Hot Gala is an auction. We auction off glass pieces in order to raise funding for events and operation costs here at the museum. This year's theme is iridescence, so we're working with a lot of sparkles and glitters on the floor. We're still in the prototyping stage, so we don't quite know what the final product will be. We're just really playing around. There are some examples of previous goblets that we've made in the last few days over on that pedestal. So now what we're doing is we're assembling the goblet. So Sarah brought over a nice hot bit of clear, and then we're using that as almost like glue to glue on our cup. So now we're getting ready to box this goblet. So Gabe has warmed up a fork with the heat from the glory hole. And as Ben is finishing this goblet, we'll knock it off onto those forks, and then we'll head over to where Sarah is by that annealer. And inside that annealer, it will stay over a period of 9.5 hours and come down to room temperature. This is called the annealing process. It is critical to making sure that the glass doesn't shatter. So now we're adding drops of water to create thermal shock on that punty so that it breaks off right where we want it to. This is one of the few times. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause, please? They'd make it seem easy, but that's really hard. That's tricky stuff, fancy footwork. And then we're gonna do it again. We'll be here all day. We will be taking a break from 1 to 2 to eat some snacks, also known as lunch. So what Ben just did is he took a hot gather of glass. It's known as gathering when you take the pipe, go into our furnace and pull glass out. Now he's popping the bubble. He puts air pressure inside the pipe and then caps it with his thumb in order for the glass to expand when the air is in contact with the molten glass. It expands because of the heat, and that's what creates that initial bubble. It's hard to tell at this point, but I'd assume he's working on the next cup. Here's a goblet. Here's the anatomy of the goblet. So we've got our cup right here. This clear bit is the evolio. It's how we attach the cup to the stem without too much disturbance, right? And then this is our stem, and this is our foot. Today we've been making blown foot goblets, and you'll see that if you stay next half hour or so. So what's happening right now is Ben is using the strap of the jacks, that's the back side of the jacks, in order to cool where the neck is attached to the pipe. We want to cool that because we only want the end that's farthest apart to expand. So while Sarah was blowing and causing friction on the glass, we're cooling the part that we want to stay small and narrow. We want that to be nice and narrow so that when we go to break off the pipe, it's going to break off right there. We don't want to try to large diameter, not ideal. So we want that nice tight jack line. So what happened was, the question to begin is, how did it go from the bubble to having a bottom on it? That's the technical term. We used the paddle to supply pressure to make that bottom in combination with capping the ends so we didn't deflate our bubble. So it's technically still a bubble, it's just now has a bottom on it. And that bottom is literally the bottom of our cup. Now we're adding that little bit of meat to make sure that we've got some clear glass at the end, while Sarah is making the punty. The punty is how we are going to open up the cup, right? So this is the pipe. This is that flat bit, right? And we're making the avolio. A lot of the terminology used in the hot shop is Italian derived because a lot of glass was developed in Murano, Italy. So taglio, punti, soffietta, etc. So now we're getting ready to transfer that cup from our pipe onto our punty so that we're able to open it up to the part where you drink. So the question is, how did the glassmakers get into their trade? And they all have a very unique story. Ben has been here since the museum started, so 20, going on 21 years. Ben, I started in September, so I'm a little rocky on when other people started. So now we're getting ready to break that cup off and put it and open up the lip portion. For those of you just coming into the hot shop, today we are working on prototyping goblets for our Red Hot auction and gala, which will take place in September. On that pedestal right over yonder, you can see some examples of previous goblets we've made in the last few days. And we're still prototyping, so they'll all be a little different as we dial in both our color and our design for the goblets. Right now, we're about to open up the lip of the cup for the next goblet. You can see that I used the Sophietta to inflate the cup for the first time, and now we'll be using jacks to put pressure on the glass and open it up the rest of the way. You can see the combination of the paddle and the jacks allows us to make a nice crisp edge. The pressure put on the glass while it's being opened with the paddle makes sure that the lip is really nice and even while the jacks are able to open it up. So we rely on thermal shock in order to break off glass. So by heating up the glass and then putting his cold tool on it, he made it upset. He caused it to break right where we wanted it to. So now that cup will go inside the garage until we're ready to pull it back out. Meanwhile, Nick has started the stem. He has taken clear glass and he has rolled. I may have misspoken. Nick might just be working on another color sample. We're really trying to figure out how to use the glitter without it getting everywhere. So right now, Ben is rolling into glass powder. It is a pink powder with little bits of mica in it. Mica will add the shimmer to this particular concoction. Now Ben is going in the optic mold. The optic mold shapes the glass to have a certain number of ridges. Every optic mold has a different configuration and will make a different pattern. So now it's essential to make sure that we don't cook all of those ridges out. An example of those ridges is here. You can see these little doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. It creates really pretty optics. The other. Yeah. But the difference between this goblet and the one that they're making right now is that it's colored. It's that pink glitter mica. So now what Gabe is doing is he is working on the blown foot component. So that will eventually be brought over and then will be made into this flat portion of the goblet. Hi. So what just happened there was Gabe isolated that mass by putting in that jack line, and then we used gravity to have that glass drip off and onto our stem. Now that we've got that bubble on there, we'll open up the bubble and create basically a plate. Sarah's able to bonk off the excess glass because he's used his diamond shears in order to chill right at that cut mark. Please, everyone, let me know if you have any questions at all. The question is, can we recycle the glass that hits the floor? Typically, we don't recycle the glass that hits the floor because there's a lot of contamination, whether it be from schmutz or the glitter. We're using glitter. So that will be discarded, but we do have a way to recycle glass that's been stripped off. During the goblet making process, we don't do strip gathers because we're not gathering that much glass, but we do try to recycle as much of the glass as possible. So now we are transferring that stem and that foot onto our next punty in order to prepare to assemble the full goblet. So Ben is preheating where we'll be attaching our avolio and our cup. So we want the glass to fuse together, make a nice solid connection. So he preheats it. We'll bring another bit of clear glass and then we will put it all together. Question is making crystal goblets the same process? That I can't really speak to because I have never seen it done. But we do have crystal-like glass here, and it would be the same. So now Sarah's bringing over that bit of hot, clear glass. Gabe is bringing over the cup in rapid succession. Remember, we can't let that glass get too cold. It will shatter. So it all needs to happen very quickly. So now Gabe is going to preheat a fork so that when the fork comes in contact with our goblet in order to load it, it doesn't cause it to thermally shock. So now we added drops of water to where it's attached to the punty. And sometimes that happens. Welcome to glass. So right now we're just running tests, doing samples. So Gabe encased the glass in a way, he rolled into the glitter and then folded the glass in on itself to see if we can't create a design on the inside. For those of you just coming into the hot shop, welcome. We are going to be assembling one of our last goblets before lunch break. Over here on the pedestal, you can see some goblets that we've been making in the past. We're prototyping goblets for our Red Hot Gala and auction, which will happen September 30th. It's an event that we host in order to raise a lot of our operational funding for the year. Here's an example of an all-clear goblet. We are using color in our stem. Right now, Ben has a colored stem on the pipe. We've already made our cup, so our cup is in our garage right now, staying warm enough to not shatter, but not so hot that it moves and is malleable. Hi, welcome. So Sarah brought over a piece of clear glass, and we'll be using this as kind of a glue type situation where we'll be adding more hot glass to the end. Meanwhile, Gabe is starting on the blown foot, so he has a gather of clear glass at the end of his pipe. Right now he's using the marver in order to cool it and to shape it simultaneously. He's popping the bubble right now, so he put air inside the pipe, and as the air is exposed to that hot glass, it will expand and create a bubble in the center of that solid mass. Now he's putting in what's known as a jack line. The jack line allows for us to break the glass off distinctly and in a purposeful manner. So now Ben is going to have his rod upright. Gabe will bring over his molten glass, drop it using gravity, and now we'll use our diamond shears in order to cut that glass right where we want it. Hi, welcome. For those of you just coming in, we are making goblets today. We have a colored stem. We just added our blown foot. We'll begin to shape that. And inside our garage, we have already made a cup earlier today. So right now, Ben is working on removing excess glass. So he's using his jacks to put in a jack line. He'll hold onto it with his diamond shears, make it really nice and upset. And Sarah will go and she'll bonk off that excess mass. So that's thermal shock that just happened. Please let me know if anyone has any questions. I am here as your guide. So now Ben has put his jacks inside the small opening, and he's using those jacks to open up his foot. Happens really quickly with goblets. It has to, because the glass that we're working with is so thin, it cools rapidly, it heats up rapidly, it all has to happen quickly. So now in order to put the taper in that foot, we're using a combination of the paddle to make it flat in with the jacks to add that slight taper. And now that that foot is shaped, we'll be working on the final assembly. So Gabe is over in the garage warming up that cup. So inside, our garage is our tool in the hot shop in order to press pause on things. So none of the glass while we're making it can drop below 1,000 degrees. It will shatter and break. So we put it in the garage to keep it above that 1,000-degree threshold, but not so hot that it's moving. So before we're able to take it out, we need to get it back warm. We need to get it closer to 1,500 so that it doesn't thermally shock and shatter. So now Sarah's made a punty, so we're gonna transfer this stem and this foot onto the punty in order to make the area where we'll put the cup accessible. We do not reuse the glass that hits the floor, no. Especially not today, because the glass we're using today is iridescent. It's got a lot of glitter. It will get everywhere. So, But we do recycle as much of the clear glass as we can without risking contamination of our furnaces. Our furnaces hold 1,000 pounds of glass each, so it's a lot more wasteful to try to reuse the scraps and contaminate the whole pot than to just use the stuff we know is clean. Now we're reheating the part of the stem that was just attached to the pipe in order to put a piece of clear glass on it, and then the cup. So this clear bit of glass that Sarah brought over will effectively act as if it were glue. It's glass glue. And then the cup is immediately put on there to make sure that we have a really nice cohesive piece of glass. Now we'll make sure that the goblet's really nice and straight. And that's pretty much it. So now Gabe is preheating the tool that we'll use in order to load this goblet into our annealer. If we weren't to preheat it, the temperature of that fork would cause the glass to break. So we always need to make sure everything's pretty toasty. Now Ben is putting drops of water right where that punty meets the bottom of that foot in order to create thermal shock. And can we give them a round of applause? Awesome. So that goblet will go inside that annealer, and over a period of 8.5 hours, it will slowly come to temperature from about 900 degrees to room temperature. And this is called the annealing process, and it's how we ensure that the glass doesn't go through that thermal shock and shatter. Does anyone have any questions for me? We're taking an hour-long lunch, but we'll be back close to 2 or a little after 2 o'clock. So thanks everyone for your patience as we all had a delicious lunch. And now we're gearing up to do another half day of making goblets. We are making goblets in preparation for the Red Hot Gala, which is a way for the museum to raise funds. It's a glass auction and event. It'll take place here at the Museum of Glass, September 30th. Part of the gala, we have a visiting artist, and the visiting artist we have for this year is Catherine Gray, who's known for her iridescent glass. So we're trying to capture the spirit of that iridescence within our goblets. So we're playing around with a lot of shimmer, a lot of glitter, a lot of color in the stem, and seeing how we can make glass that is shiny. Everybody loves shiny glass, right? I'm just going to grab my water. I'll be right back. So right now, Ben is working on the cup portion of the goblet. I've got a great example of goblet anatomy right here. So we've got the cup, right, where we put the liquid and we put our mouths. And then we have the evolio, which is this solid chunk right here. Then we have the stem and the foot. So we'll make it in 3 separate parts, starting with the cup. And do feel free to ask me any questions as they arise. Otherwise, I'll just talk you through the process of what's happening here on the hot shop floor. For those of you who have never been to the Museum of Glass, you are able to walk 360 and check out blueprints of our infamous cone up on the balcony. And you can also get a different perspective of the glass making. So what Ben just did was he just put a bottom on the cup. That's the technical term. So we here in glassmaking, we tend to work from front and back in 2 separate chunks. So we have to put the bottom on so that we're able to punty up this cup and then open up the portion where you would put your liquid and mouth. So Gabe just took a gather, and although that glass looks orange or yellow, it's actually clear. We have 2,000 pounds of molten glass on our hot shop floor in 2 separate 1,000-pound furnaces. Now Gabe will bring another chunk of molten glass over to Ben, and this will eventually form the evolio, where we will attach to the stem portion. Now Nick is simultaneously taking another gather of glass, and this will be formed into what's known as the punty. The punty is the tool where we will use glass to transfer over to the opposite side so we can open up that cup. So now that we've transferred over to the punty, we can begin opening up the cup. Now all the glass on the hot shop floor has to stay above 1,000 degrees, otherwise it will get too cold and shatter. So we're constantly having to go back and forth into our reheating furnace to make sure we're maintaining that temperature. So we want to make sure that the back of the cup stays rigid, and we need the front of the cup to get nice and molten, so we're able to open up the cup in 1 to 2 heats. Now because goblets are so thin, they rapidly heat up and they rapidly cool, so it all happens quite quickly. Can we pull up the furnace slide, please? There's Celsius conversion right there for you. So our furnace is 2,100 degrees, so it's 500-ish degrees Celsius. Thank you. So what we're looking at over on the Marver is some different color samples that we've made earlier in the day. And to give you kind of an idea of what we've been working with essentially glittery eyeshadow, and we're trying to use that to color the glass, and we're having some issues with it kind of getting everywhere. You've all probably worked with glitter at some point, and it has a way of just, everything is now glittery. So now that that cup is finished, it'll get bonked off onto our paddle and then go into our garage, where it will wait until we are ready to put it on the stem, which we'll be making next. I retract that statement. Ben wants to make one more cup. We got to work out the kinks after our lunch. So for those of you who are curious about what is happening here, we do have a new exhibition that just went up called She Bends. It's redefining the neon legacy. Thank you for that slide. And it has its formal opening tomorrow, where there will be neon tube bending demos. So we're in preparation for that. So for those of you who are artistically inclined, I'll take this time to talk about our Visiting Artist Residency Program. It's an amazing way for artists who may or may not work in glass to have the assistance of the Hot Shop team for 3 to 5 days to make whatever you want. Now, that being said, it's a very competitive jury. That's the word. It's a competitive jury. So out of about 60 applicants, we've only been able to choose 4 for 2023. So it's quite stiff, but I do encourage anyone who is artistically inclined to look for that application. It usually drops in October. So right there, we just put the bottom on the cup. For those of you who missed my little display, we are making goblets. Here are goblets that were made over the last couple of days, and we'll go over the goblet anatomy, if you will. We've got the cup, so Ben just put the bottom on this cup, and now Gabe is gonna bring over this part, which is the avolio, and then we'll be making the stem and the foot. And then it all gets put together. So the reason why we need this bit of clear glass is because the cup is so thin that when we go to break it off the punty, there's a good chance it would shatter the whole cup. So by adding this little bit of clear glass, this little bit of meat, we're able to make sure that it's really nice and sturdy. Tool Ben is using right now is called the Soffietta. A lot of these tools have Italian names because a lot of glassblowing technology was developed in Murano, Italy. So now we'll be using the jacks to open up our cup. You see how he's inside that cup and he's putting pressure upwards. Meanwhile, Gabe was using the paddle to make sure that we had a nice consistent lip. Feel free to ask me any questions you have at all. So now we're going to press pause on our cup by putting it in our garage. It's where we go to park the glass. So this cup will be broken off onto this paddle and put in this garage where it will maintain a temperature above 1,000 degrees so that we're able to take it back out and use it in our goblet assembly. For those of you just coming into the hot shop, welcome. Today is Goblet Day. We've got a lot of fancy footwork on the hot shop floor. Right now we are prototyping goblets for our Red Hot Auction Gala, which will take place September 30th of this year. It's one of the ways that the museum is able to raise funds for their operational costs. In the garage, we have 2 cups, and now we are working on a stem. So a little bit of background on me, who I am outside of the museum. I work for a company called Spiral Arts, and I have been making pipes and punnies for the last 10 years up in Seattle. And the question was, are the pipes titanium? If you want to get into specifics, the heads are all made out of stainless steel with an alloy of 309, which is particularly good for machining and for heat resistance. The tubing is made out of 304 stainless steel, and then the mouthpiece is also made out of 304 stainless steel. So you can see this mass of glass has a little bit of shiny, a little bit of sparkle to it. And on the table here, we have 3 different powders set up. Ben rolled the molten glass inside one of these 3 powders to create that shimmer and that shine. Now remember, we're still in that prototyping stage, so we don't know what our final product will be. We just know it'll be a goblet and it'll have some sort of sparkle. Can we have the optic mold slide? So we have ridges on our stem, and that was created through the use of an optic mold. He got the glass really nice and hot, and then he put it into that ribbed contraption to make those ridges. So now if you hear the clickety clackety clickety clack, that's the jacks running over those ridges, those optically formed ridges. You can kind of see it up on the screen. And now we've added a bit of clear glass to help with the next part of the assembly. So based on the amount of glass Gabe has there, I'm assuming they're making a goblet similar to this because he's got enough for his blown stem. So now Ben has his rod upright. Gabe will bring over that bubble he just blew, and we're using gravity to attach it on. They let the glass set up, so they're kind of still. They want the glass to stop moving enough so that when he cuts that, it doesn't all slump on itself. So what just happened there was Ben had his cold tool on that hot glass, and it creates thermal tension within that glass because glass wants to stay warm. When it goes too quickly from hot to cold, it will shatter. So we use that consistent phenomena to our advantage by making it cold right where we want it to break, and then a little bit of force with the back of the tweezers and it falls off. Now we're adding a little bit more of that clear glass to seal up that stem, that blown stem, and then we'll be working on the foot next. So you can see Gabe just got a gather of glass. When the glass comes out of that furnace, it's at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So now he's doing two things. He's shaping the glass and cooling it at the same time so that when he puts air inside the pipe, it doesn't get crazy. He just popped the bubble. Now he'll put the jack line in so the glass knows exactly where to break when the time comes. Now, same, but different. So same technique where we add the blown foot, but the result will be much different than our blown stem. So right where this glass is about to break off, there will be a small hole. You kind of see it on there. And that's where we'll begin to open up the foot of our goblet. all of the equipment back beyond our heat shields, that's all run off of natural gas and forced air. As well as our garage is also natural gas and forced air. So now that we've pretty much finished our foot and our stem, next step happens in 3 parts. We're gonna go ahead and transfer over to the punty side so that we can gain access to where our cup will eventually go. Meanwhile, Gabe is preheating that cup, because remember, if we take the cup straight from the garage onto the hot shot floor, it will shatter because it's too much of a shock. So we've got to preheat it on the hot side of our garage so that it can withstand enough of the room temperature air and not break. So now Ben is preheating where we will soon be putting a clear bit of glass that'll act almost like a glue bit. So now Nick is going to bring over that clear bit. Meanwhile, Gabe, in rapid succession, is going to bring over the cup, and we will begin the final assembly of all of our components. So now we're taking our preheated fork and we'll be catching this goblet. A few drops of water are added to make sure the glass breaks right where we want it. And there it is. That piece of glass will rest in the annealer, and it'll, by tomorrow, later on in the day, it will be ready. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause, please? They make it look easy, but it is not. Tricky Ricky, for sure. Does anyone have any questions for me before they get started on the next goblet? Awesome. How did glass get started? 14,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. That's where glass was invented. I don't know. All glass makers tell me something different. We don't know, but it was in Mesopotamia. Ben is our glass historian. Ben, what year was glass invented? What year was glass invented? 2009, when Ben started blowing glass. 5,000 years ago. That's okay. Okay, so yes, in volcano. But the first glass was conceived during. It was made in volcanoes, and then humans were able to gather it, and it was in the form of obsidian. So technically, I mean, what really is glass? Because then you go into that conversation, you know? Yeah. So right there, you can see Ben is gathering the bit of color. Can we show the color slide, please? So color comes in three forms. It comes in color bar, like so. It comes in frit, which are the larger chunks, and then it comes in powder. So depending on how we want to use the color, will determine which form of color we'll be utilizing. For this particular product, we need to use powder so that we can really create that glitter. For those of you who missed it, we are prototyping these goblets for our Red Hot Auction Gala, which will take place September 30th of 2023. It's one of the ways that the museum raises funds to cover all of our operational costs. And this year, we have a visiting artist named Catherine Gray, who does a lot of iridescent glass. So we're making goblets derivative of her work to celebrate her work, celebrate the museum, raise $1 or $2. Thanks for coming in. Have a great rest of your time. So right now what we're doing is we're adding the blown stem. So now we've got our little ball ornament. We're using gravity to help drop that molten bubble onto that stem. Does anyone have any questions? Awesome. So now we're about to do the same but different. We've got our blown stem, and now we're putting our blown foot on. So it's pretty quite magical how this will go from a bubble to a plate within a matter of just a few heats. I couldn't help but notice some of you were looking at the shears curiously. So when the glass is molten, you're able to cut it with shears. Now these aren't your standard, paper shears. They're a little bit beefier, but you're able to cut it with shears. You're able to snap it or break it when it's cold. So you've got two ways of removing excess glass, essentially. Right here, you'll see the cold way. So he's chilling the glass, and now Nick will bonk it off. So we just broke glass when we wanted to. So you can see we're using the jacks and we're putting the jacks inside that hole, and then we're going to lift up to open up that foot. So now we're going to flatten the foot with the paddle and use the jacks to cinch in, create that taper, and that's what makes a nice crispy edge. So now here is the temperamental, dangerous part that's about to happen. We're going to transfer that stem onto the punty. Nick is making the punty right now. It's how we're going to gain access to attach the cup to that stem. So Nick will make the punty. Meanwhile, Ben is preheating that cup so we can put it on top. So now what Gabe is doing inside that garage is he's puntying up the cup from the inside. Very delicate, finicky technique. And for those of you who have never been to the museum, you are able to walk around 360. We have lovely blueprints of our museum cone up along there. And you get a different perspective of the glassmaking process. So now that we've transferred onto the punty side, we're able to put a piece of clear glass and then the cup on and do the final assembly of the goblet. And now the final assembly happens in rapid succession, because remember, we can't let the glass cool. So we added a bit of hot glass that'll act similar to glue, and then almost immediately we assemble that cup right on there. So now that glass has cooled, we've done the final assembly. Nick is preheating the forks in which we'll use to grab that goblet. We can't have the steel create thermal shock, so we always like to preheat it, make sure it's nice and toasty. Now we're gonna go ahead and add drops of water right where it's connected to that steel, and that'll cause it to break. And can we go ahead and have a round of applause? You guys just saw a goblet, start to finish. Does anyone have any questions for me? For those of you just coming in, welcome. Today we're making goblets in preparation for our Red Hot Gala, which will happen September 30th. It's one of the ways that the museum raises up enough funds to cover their operational costs. As you can imagine, it's quite expensive to have facilities like this, so we use the auction to help raise money for that. This year's auction theme is iridescence, so we're using a lot of glitter, a lot of shiny, and right now we're in the prototyping stage to figure out what exactly that design and how will that color be used in our goblets. Over here on this pedestal, you can see an arrangement of goblets we've been making over the last couple of days. Here is a perfect example of the anatomy of a goblet. So we'll start off by making the cup and the evolio. That'll all be one piece. Then we'll move on to the stem, and then we'll move on to the foot. Hi, welcome. So we did just box one of the cups, but we're making another cup. Ben wasn't super stoked on that one, and we have the time, so we're just going to make another. Can we go ahead and play the color slide, please? So what we're primarily focused on today is not only design, but also how are we going to incorporate color? Remember, the theme is iridescent, so how are we going to get that iridescent quality inside of our glass? So glass color comes in 3 forms. It comes in color bar, comes in frit, the larger chunks, and then it comes in powder. And right now we're using glittery powder, which are on the marver inside those bowls, similar to what you see on the projection. And we're using 3 different samples right now to try to dial in how to get that color in there. Thanks. Now what we're doing is we're putting the bottom on the goblet. So you can imagine this part is now attached to the pipe. This is our bottom. The next step will be to finalize our bottom and then add our avolio. A lot of the terminology that we use on the hot shop floor is Italian, because a lot of techniques were developed in Murano, Italy. Now you can see that there's quite a bit of fancy footwork on the hot shop floor. When we're working with glass this thin, it cools at such a so rapidly that we have to move in very fast succession in order to make sure that the glass does not go below about 1,000 degrees. When it does go below about 1,000 degrees, it'll become thermally shocked when either cooled even more or put back inside a reheating furnace. So we need to maintain that temperature. Everything has to happen quickly. Now what we're doing is we're putting in the curve for that avolio. The question is, what is the Red Hot Gala? The Red Hot Gala is an auction that we have every year where we auction off glass artworks to help raise money to support the museum's operational costs. And we ask for donations from various artists working in glass, and then we also make a series of works to be sold from the museum as well. It's fun, it's fancy. It's a lot of wine, fancy clothes, bougie dinner. It's good. So now we have the jacks, and we're using them to open up the part of the cup where your lips will eventually go. We used a combination of the paddle to make sure that the lip was consistent, and then the jacks to force open the lip. So now that that cup has been finished, it'll go into that garage where we will wait until we've got our stem all together, and we'll pull it back out when we're ready for the final assembly. For those of you who missed it, I'll go over the anatomy of a goblet. So we just made the cup and the avolio, and now we'll make the stem and the foot. I don't know what the stem and the foot will look like now because they're kind of not winging it's not the right term, but we're still just being playful and figuring out what we like to make. What you guys are seeing right now is Ben is putting those ridges into that ball using what's known as the optic mold. Can we go ahead and play that slide? So it's a cup, essentially, and it has different configurations, and they're typically made out of either aluminum or bronze. And they have ridges, and depending on how many ridges are in the optic mold, that's how many ridges we'll get in our ball. Thanks, Chris. So now what we're going to be working on next is adding that blown stem. So Gabe is taking a gather of glass outside of our furnace. Our furnace runs at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So although it looks yellow, white, or orange, that is clear glass, and as it cools down to room temperature, it'll reveal its true color. So by rolling that hot glass on that marver, he's doing two things simultaneously. He's cooling it down from that rapid, wicked furnace heat, and he's also shaping it. And now he's putting in what's known as the jack line. The jack line is where we will eventually be breaking the glass off of that pipe. Now we're going to use gravity to our advantage. This is why it's called a blown stem, because we're blowing the glass as it's being put onto our stem start. Now, when glass is that hot, we are able to cut it with shears. So it was just cut just kind of like paper, but a little hotter. So now we've basically finished our stem, and we'll be working on the foot next. The foot is also blown, so it'll go on very similarly to our blown stem. Nick just added a bit of clear glass. That'll essentially work as a glue of sorts. So now you can see that we're finalizing that foot. We're using the paddle, slight pressure to make sure it's really nice and flat. In combination with the jacks at a slight angle, we're able to create the nice tapered look. The question is if we are paid to create these. And everyone on the Hot Shop with Hot Glass, they are all part of the full-time Hot Shop team. I am a very part-time, some Fridays maybe, MC. But the Hot Shop team has a whole collection of wares that are sold in the gallery store, and it does say Hot Shop team made. I have some stuff in the store too. And that's Shane, he runs the store. So what we're working on now is we're bringing that cup back up to temperature so we're able to do our final assembly of the goblet. So Ben just gave the all clear. Nick will take a gather of clear glass. Ben will take the cup and go right after him. So this clear glass that Nick's bringing over is basically a glue bit. And then we're immediately attaching the cup before it has time to cool. And now we're going to take this preheated fork and catch that goblet. We need to make sure that that fork is nice and preheated so that when it falls onto the glass, it doesn't cause it to shatter. Awesome, and can we have a round of applause? That is tricky, Ricky, to get that far. So as I said before, these goblets will be used during our auction and gala, September 30th, 20th, 23. It's our way of raising money to help offset our operational costs. The question is, why put it in the big black box? And that big black box is a kiln, and that will, the glass will go through the annealing process. So over a period of 8.5 hours, it will go from 950 degrees down to room temperature. The annealing process is critical to make sure that the glass does not go through thermal shock and break. So we will be making these up until 5, so they'll probably take a intermission, gather. Yeah, it's 4. Hey, can we have the blow your own slide? Maybe it's a hot shop class slide.
So do you have like someone?
Hot shop experience, thank you. Hey, Chris, we got a request for the Kids Design Glass video, please.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, they did it, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
Bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that there's an artist in all of us. I think so, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So right now we're flattening out that foot using a combination of the paddle to make sure it's nice and flat, and the jacks are coming in at an angle. That's how we get that crispy, tapered look. And now we're attaching that foot to a punty. This will allow for us to start assembling the final goblet. For those of you who missed it, here's the anatomy of the goblet. The cup, right now our cup is in the garage. Gabe is preheating it. We made it just moments ago. And we've got the stem and then the foot. So right now on the floor, we've got our stem and our foot. We just attached the punty, and now we'll be putting the cup. So now Nick just put a piece of clear glass on the stem, and we'll be using that clear glass bit as a semi-glue to attach that cup. And now we're using a drop of water to help shock that glass right where it's attached to that steel rod. Nick has preheated these forks so that it won't cause the glass to shatter. And can we have a round of applause? We just made a goblet. So that goblet will go inside that annealer and it'll stay there at 950 degrees until we're done for the day. At 5 o'clock, we'll send that annealer down, and over 8.5 hours, it'll slowly come to room temperature. The annealing process is essential to ensure that our glass doesn't become exposed to any thermal shock, and we're able to safely use it in the future. So we will be making another goblet. We're just having a little powwow. So over here on the Marver, we have 3 different stainless steel bowls. Those all hold a different color. Right now we're prototyping goblets for our annual auction, which will happen September 30th of 2023. At the auction, we have a limited run of 50 goblets that are for sale. Here's an example of some of the prototypes we've been working on. The bit of glass that Ben has is colored, so he rolled inside the pink glass that's on the table. Glass color comes in 3 forms: in color bar, in frit, and in powder. And depending on what you want to use the color for, will determine which kind of color you use. So now we'll be using gravity to add our blown stem. It's called blown because Gabe is literally blowing the glass as it's being put onto our other decorative element. So you just saw the blown stem be attached to our decorative element. We're now going to be adding the blown foot, which will be same but different. Same technique, much different outcome. So this is our last goblet of the day. We're going to open up this foot, do our final assembly. So now this is the part of the goblet making that needs to happen in rapid succession. So while the cup is exposed to the air in the hot shop, it is rapidly cooling. If the glass falls below about 1,000 degrees, it will shatter. So we need to punny up, move the rod from the stem side to the foot side, and then attach our cup using a hot bit of clear glass. So now Ben is preheating our colored decorative element. We were able to successfully transfer over the punty on the foot side. Gabe is preheating our cup that has been chilling out in our garage. Remember, our garage, although it's chilling out and press and pause, it's still over 1,000 degrees, so we don't shatter that glass. Nick will bring over that clear bit of glass, and then we'll attach the cup that Gabe has. This all has to happen very, very quickly so that we don't lose all of our temperature. Clear bit goes on. Immediately after, cup goes on. And now we'll hit off that punty that's on the cup. Now Nick is preheating a fork that will be used to transfer the goblet from the bench over to the annealer where Gabe is now ready. We have to preheat that fork because if we were to touch that glass with a cold object, it would break. Drops of water are added right where that glass is connected to the punty. And glass happens. Woohoo! So that is in solidarity. You know, I was gonna use that cup.
It's broken a funny spot.
Sorry you guys saw the one that broke, but yeah. It is, because then you really appreciate when one does come out. Heat. So that was the end of our goblet production for the day, and now we're just having fun trying out some experiments, trying to get a color combination that we really enjoy. Throughout the day, we've been putting glass on the exterior surface of the bubble. Now what Gabe is proposing to do is to open up a cylinder and put the color on the inside and seeing what kind of optical qualities that will give us. Part of the problems that we've been having with this particular color that's very similar to like sparkly eyeliner is that it's getting everywhere. And we're not just making these goblets throughout our time at the museum, we're making a lot of different stuff. So we want to mitigate all of the glitter chaos that will ensue if we continue to use this product. So Nick just took his scoop, we put it on the inside of that glass bubble. We'll swirl it around, try to melt it in, and then we'll close that bubble back up. So now he's using the jacks to cinch closed that bubble. When he's pinching with those diamond shears, he's closing it up. So for those of you who were here when I gave the spiel about how glass needs to be annealed, so that glass was not annealed. It didn't go through the slow cooling process, so it will explode, and the glitter will, you know, explode with it. So we're all just kind of pins and needles. We don't want to anneal it. We don't want to go through the process of doing that because this is just a color sample. That was just an experiment, so it's not, yeah, you know? And that is all the glass blowing that we will have today. We've got to clean up and get ready. We've got an exhibition opening tomorrow where we will have more demos. I don't know if you guys had a chance to see the new exhibition in the exhibition hall. She Bends, today was the first day it was open. Any last minute questions for me? Awesome. Thanks for coming by.